O giver, where have you gone? O beloved, where have you gone? O gardener, after decorating this garden with your own hands, after planting these saplings, you should not have left us. O protector, had we known you would take so much time, we would have gone with you. Why would we endure so much pain? Now the ship of the world is wavering. Who can take it across to the other shore except you, the giver of happiness? Hearing the plea of a jibe, come and remove the pain of the suffering ones. O owner of the Sangat, make us have the beautiful darshan. O giver, where have you gone? O beloved, where have you gone? Tataji kite gyo pritamave kite gyo Tataji kite gyo pritamave kite gyo Hati apani baga sajake ape tue bute lake Hati apani baga sajake ape tue bute lake nahi si chada jana sanu maliave nahi si chada jana sanu muliave kite gyo tataji kite gyo pritamave kite gyo pata jehunda nala hijande kanu ede dukade utande pata jehunda nala hijande kanu ede dukade utande je chiralona siraka valiave je chiralona siraka valiave kite gyo tataji kite gyo pritamave kite gyo hunatadole jagadabeda bane lave hora hunakeda hunatadole jagadabeda bane lave hora hunakeda tere pacho kona bachave tere pacho kona bachave kusha haliave kite gyo tataji kite gyo pritamave kite gyo suna fariada ajaiba di avi ake jukia dadara damitavi suna fariada ajaiba di avi Ake dukia tadara damitavi. Sona ake darisha dikaja. Sona ake darisha dikaja. Sangata dea valiave. Kite gyo tata ji. Kite gyo ritamave. Kite gyo tata ji. Kite gyo ritamave. Kite gyo.
Good morning. At this satsang, we are going to read 3 of the various and numerous circular letters that Master Kirpal wrote throughout his life. These circular letters can be found in the collection of Master Kirpal's writings, The Way of the Saints. At first, I'm going to read the editor's very brief introduction in The Way of the Saints to these circular letters. And that introduction says, the Master began issuing this extraordinary series of circular letters shortly after his first world tour, and it continued at greater or lesser intervals until 3 months before his death. These circulars were unlike his books or his talks, or even his letters to individual disciples. They really were circular letters, that is, letters to every one of his disciples at once, conveying whatever he considered of the first importance at the time. Consequently, they have an intimacy and immediacy not found in his books or public talks, yet are relevant to the needs of all his disciples. And the circular letter that I'm going to read from is the one entitled The Way of Love. And it says The Way of Love is a letter sent primarily to the California disciples through the agency of a California-initiated couple who were returning home after a stay with the Master. And Master Kirpal says, I send you my loving message. Human body is a precious asset granted to you all. It is the highest rung in God's creation. The highest object of this earth life in human form is to realize our own selves and then realize God. It is such a noble task which can only be accomplished in the human body. Soul is a conscious entity, a drop of the ocean of all consciousness, and in its miniature capacity carries all the divine attributes of Godhood. Since it is environed by mind and matter, it has lost its heritage and forgotten its origin, the true home of the Father. The Masters come to our help to awaken us from this long slumber of ignorance. All the past Masters, including Christ, have been stressing the importance of this inner development of soul. An unbiased study of scriptures will reveal to you that the Masters have been coming to this earth planet in all ages for the guidance and deliverance of child humanity. Those dear ones who were privileged to sit at their holy feet enjoyed the rare bliss of inner communion with them. The imperative necessity of such a master soul is still felt by such loving souls who yearn to meet him during their lifetime. The eternal law of demand and supply continues working for all time. So it is under divine dispensation that a living master comes for rendering feasible assistance and guidance for such ready souls. It is in accordance with the execution of the divine plan that I have been assigned this noble task of assisting all dear ones in the fulfillment of their cherished goals. I would love to assist them in this respect. It is the divine grace of my Master that whosoever had the good fortune of seeking inner life has been blessed with the conscious contact of the holy Nam within. The holy initiation into the mysteries of the beyond is a unique start for further development. Most of you have been blessed with this rare gift of heavenly nature, with the grace of the Master. Now it is up to you to develop it from day to day by regular, faithful, and accurate meditations. I am glad that most of you have been devoting regular time for your holy meditations and enjoying inner bliss and harmony. I wish you more of success in your ventures. I would stress the importance of self-introspection, for which the maintenance of the diary has been prescribed. A keen vigil and careful living is an essential helping factor for inner progress. A disciplined life by having complete control over the senses, which in turn overpowers the soul, should be cherished. The inner divine links of light and sound are most helpful for controlling the senses. If you will follow these divine principles, the inner change of life will follow automatically. Truth is above all, but higher still is true living. You should have one another so that others may see. You should love one another so that others may see and know for themselves that you belong to the Master. God is love, and love is God. The way back to God is also through love. You should always remember this divine principle, that love begets love. The Father is always pleased to see the loving children laying their heads together for the common holy cause of the Master. When two lovers of the Masters meet, they grow in loving devotion and right understanding. Satsang is a great helping factor for spiritual progress. It is the divine grace of the Master which radiates in such holy congregations where the dear ones get together for imbibing the sacred teachings. I would say that it is an arena where spiritual stalwarts are built. The loving life impulses are radiated in great abundance by the gracious Master power in these gatherings. You can derive immense spiritual benefit by getting together in His name. My heart goes out to all you dear ones. You see, distance is no barrier for the Master power, and anywhere the yearning souls would pray for His guidance, He would materialize and bless through and through. Time and tide wait for no man. Make hay while the sun shines. You should always high on your spiritual holy path, irrespective of the worldly gains or losses. You will appreciate that after all, everything is to be left behind at the final hour of death, and only the holy Nam will accompany us into the beyond. You know very well the supreme importance of regular meditations. The more you are developed while living here, the more of the inner journey is covered in the beyond. Know it for certain that you are here in this mortal world only for enjoying the rare bliss of Holy Nam. God and Master, God and man first, all else secondary. It is the bread of life which must be partaken regularly, so that your souls may become strong enough to pass through the vicissitudes of physical life. Love is the panacea for all ills. Please give up all remorse and resentment and live cheerfully. You should remember that nothing binds a human soul more than drooping spirits of morbidity. Always keep cheerful, resigning yourselves to the will and the pleasure of the Master. You should know it for certain that you are under the gracious protection of the Master power, and He is ever with you through and through. one learns swimming in water. You must be alive to your mundane obligations and try to meet with the challenge as best as you can, and then leave the rest to Him. If you will keep the target of your spiritual progress in the forefront, the pinching effect of worldly pains will be lost with the grace of the Master. An elegant horseman keeps both of his feet well fixed in the stirrups. If you will run Godward, all else will follow of its own accord. A disciplined life is an asset. Make it a principle to be always happy, cheerful, and grateful. Prayer and gratitude are akin. There is much to be grateful for. If only just count the manifold blessings granted to us by the Master Power. A healthy physical body, strong enough to attend to mundane obligations, and a sound mind purified by meditations in the holy Nam are perhaps the superb blessings. Always radiate loving compassion for others, which will invoke divine grace, and your heart will be purified. I would reiterate that our days are numbered, and before the great final change, viz. Death, comes, the initiates should develop rising above body consciousness by attuning their souls with the holy Nam. If you would take one step, He will come down hundreds of steps to greet you. Each and every moment spent in holy meditation stands to your spiritual credit. With these few words, I conclude and send you all my love and best wishes for your spiritual progress. Thank you, dear ones. Yours affectionately, Kirpal Singh.
Good morning. I'm going to read Master's circular called Humility. And Humility is a second of the 1967 series, was issued on July 1st of that year, and served as the Master's message for the birth anniversary of Baba Sawan Singh. It was reprinted many times in Satsang and in July 1971. Dear ones, on this auspicious day of the birth anniversary of Hazur Maharaj Baba Sawan Singh Ji, I send you one and all my heartiest wishes for your progress on the spiritual way back to the home of our Father through the natural yoga of light and life and love, the Surt Shabd Yoga. In my previous year's messages, I have been mostly dwelling on rising above body consciousness, to be reborn, and to learn to die while alive, etc., so as to enable one to enter the kingdom of God, which is within us. As prescribed by all the past masters, now come to us through His benign grace. There are many aspects of His divine life, but I will now dwell on the two most important ones, viz., humility and simplicity, the most needed at this hour, which, if followed, will set our lives in the right direction and enable us to achieve perfection. All masters, such as Jesus, Mahavira, Buddha, Kabir, and Nanak, etc., of the past, and Ramakrishna, Hazur, Baba Sawan Singh, Sadhu Raswani, etc., of recent days, radiated this divine luster from their personalities. Man knows so many things, but he does not know himself. A man has so many sheaths in himself covering the depths of his heart. Man learns and unlearns all through life. It is wiser to remain a student than to be a teacher, a student of the mystery of life. A parable goes to say that a seeker of God, in the quest of heaven, wandering here and there, found himself perchance at the gate of heaven. The gatekeeper asked him, "Who are you?" The seeker answered, "A teacher." The gatekeeper asked him to wait and went in to report. After a while he returned and said that he could not let him in, as it was no place for teachers in the heaven world. He was told to go back and wash the dust of dead words, clinging to him in the waters of silence. So many teachers are vain. They parade their learning. How can there be a place in there for him who lives in a world of vanity? Every day he sat in the silence and listened to the words of saints, and his self-consciousness began to develop, and he became humble and prayed to be the servant of all men, lonely and lowly ones, and animals, a servant of God's creation. Then the portals of heaven were opened, and he entered in and beheld the Master's face, pure and fair beyond compare. All the masters of the past and the present say that the kingdom of God is for the humble of heart. So many of us, alas, are proud, vain, and in ego lost, and blind to the wisdom. We do but wander from darkness to darkness. The God that rules millions is the ego. Enthrone on your heart the God of love and cease to wander. And what should be done to do so? Become humble as ashes and dust. The world is full of the proud of purse or power or learning, whereas we should be humble and simple and empty ourselves of all self, that the Lord might do with us what he would. The life worth living is life in the Spirit. Its basis is humility. We should be reduced to a cipher, and God becomes all. Let us be perfect as our Father is in heaven. The truly humble are the truly happy. For want of humility, men and women are leading an unbearable, miserable life. All this misery is from within. It is not a change in our circumstances, but deliverance from the thraldom of the self, the petty ego that sits a tyrant, robbing us of the bliss that is our heritage as the children of God. We are, as it were, in the cage of self-centeredness, and until this prison is opened by the key of humility, the swan bird of the soul is not free and could not swim to the regions of radiance and joy. The way to true blessedness is the way of humility and love. He who is humble has no problems. He has God as his guide. Significant are the words of the shepherd boy singing in John Bunyan's Pilgrim's Progress. He that is down need fear no fall. He that is low no pride. He that is humble ever shall have God to be his guide. I am content with what I have, little be or much, and Lord, contentment still I crave, because thou savest such. Rightly has it been said that if there were no humility in the world, everyone would long ago have committed suicide. When the light of humility dawns on the soul, the darkness of selfishness disappears, and the soul no longer lives for itself, but for God. The soul loses itself in God, lives in God, and is transformed into him. This is the alchemy of humility. It transforms the lowest into the highest. The great Chinese sage Lao Tzu, I said that wrong, expressed the thought in beautiful words. How does the sea become the king of all rivers and streams? Because it lies lower than them. St. Augustine said the way to God is first humility, second humility, and third humility. He who is proud of possessions or of learning or of authority will not go to any saint unless he is humble. Even if he goes to the saint but considers himself superior to him, he will not listen to him. A glass which is kept above a tumbler of water will remain empty until it is put below the tumbler. You know what you know. Just listen to what the other says. Perhaps we can learn something from him. Yes, the branches of the fruit-laden tree bend of their own accord. Even so, the man who, losing himself, finds God, finds him everywhere and in everyone, bends before all, offers homage to his heart to all, of his heart to all. This is true humility. It is not a forced sense of lowliness. Such a one lives in unity with all. He is in others, and others are in him. It is the fake ego self that gives rise to the sense of discord and separation. When the illusion of the ego is broken, one feels, I am not apart from others, but others are part of the one, God, the Master, and all of us are engaged in the same service of God. Each one of us is unique in his own way. There is a divine purpose behind the life of everyone who comes into the world. No one has been created for nothing. We have something to learn from everyone. This is the mystery of humility. The truly humble person does not compare himself with others. He knows that none of us, however evolved, is perfect. None of us is complete in himself. The humble person does not regard one as better than the other. He believes in the divinity of each. If one says and asserts that he is better than others, then he is not perfect as yet. It is only when one realizes his nothingness that God comes and fills him with himself. Where man is, God is not. Where man is not, God is. God cannot enter the heart of the self-seeking person. He who is full of himself considers himself as above others, and so puts a limit on himself. God is without limit. How can the limitless enter the limited? O ye who seek God, see that you do not set yourself above others. Give up all that you are and all that you have. Empty yourself of all self. Cast the ego out, and you stand face to face with God. Wondrous of the words of the Sufi saint Abul Hassan. Brothers, this is the law. He who cometh nigh to God loseth what he hath. He loseth himself, but gains instead the gift of supreme, the gift of humility. A man may strive to be humble, but for all his efforts may become all the more proud. There is such a thing as the pride of humility, and it is a very dangerous thing, for it is too subtle to be discerned by the inexperienced. There are some who will take great pains to be humble. They make humility impossible. How can a man be humble who is all the same time thinking of how best he can be humble? Such a man is all the time occupied with himself, but true humility is freedom from all consciousness of self, which includes freedom from the consciousness of humility. The true humble man never knows that he is humble. The truly humble man accepts everything as coming from the hands of God. He knows that in him there is nothing praiseworthy. All the good that is in him is from God, and the praise that men give him belongs to God. When the young man called Jesus good teacher, Jesus quietly said, "Why call me good? There is none good but God." Humility, says Lacordaire, does not consist in hiding our talents and virtues, in thinking ourselves worse and more ordinary than we are, but in possessing a clear knowledge of all that is lacking in us, and not exalting ourselves for that which we have, seeing that God has freely given it to us, and with all his gifts we are still infinitely of little importance. So the truly humble man may accept sometimes the praise which men give him, and quietly pass it on to God, keeping nothing for himself. The man who is not truly humble behaves in a very unnatural manner. When he is not praised by men, he becomes upset, loses his patience, and becomes angry. He repulses them with his irritation and creates for them an awkward situation. Sometimes he suppresses his feelings and remains silent, but he cannot forget the things that are said about him. They haunt him again and again, and do not give him peace of mind. The humble man makes no fuss. He is at harmony with himself and others. He is gifted with a wondrous feeling of peace. He feels safe and secure like a ship in the harbor, unaffected by howling storms and lashing waves. He has found refuge at the lotus feet of the Lord, and the storms of changing circumstances have no power over him. He feels light as air. The burdens which we carry all our life, the burden of the self and its desires, he has laid aside, and he is ever calm and serene. Having given up everything, he has nothing to lose, and yet everything belongs to him, for he is of God, and God is in him. Having broken the bondage of desire, he is happy with a piece of dry bread as with a sumptuous meal. In every situation and circumstance of life, he blesses the name of God. He who would be humble regards himself as a student. He learns many new things, but what is more difficult, he unlearns many things he has learned. A scholar came to a saint and said, "O seer of the secret, tell me what I may do to live the life divine." And the saint said to him, "Go unlearn what thou hast learnt, and then return and sit before me." He who would walk the way of humility must renounce his earlier ways of living. He must give up his opinions he has formed, the standards to which he is accustomed. He must have a new outlook on life. The things the world would worship are to him of no value. His values are so different from those of other men. Rich food, fine houses, costly dresses, positions of power and authority, the applause of men, honors and titles no longer attract him. He feels drawn to a life of simplicity. He is happy in living a hidden life in the hidden Lord. He is dead to the world. He is alive to God. At times, he actually behaves like one dead. Yes, the truly humble man is, in that sense, the dead man. He has died. God alone lives in him. His self has been annihilated. His self has vanished into God, and only God remains. God works in him and through him, and God emits in his eyes. God speaks in his words. On his feet, God walks the earth, and through his hands gives his benedictions to all. Such men are the real strength of the world, its illumination and inspiration. To see them is to commune with God, for God dwells in them. They are the living, moving temples of the Lord. They are the ones who keep the world intact, though they do not know it themselves. The whole world depends on them without anyone being aware of it. Their hearts and minds are in tune with the great heart and mind of humanity. They are in complete accord with all that lives. They give their love to all living beings as though they were the sons of the one sweet mother. They have broken all fetters and entered into the freedom of the children of God. God does their will because they have merged their wills in his. God fulfills their least desire, for it is he who desires all their desires. They are the little saviors of humanity. I wish each of you to follow the lesson of humility, born of love and simplicity.
Okay, the third and last circular we're going to read is circular number 1. I won't be reading the entire circular because at the end, Master gets into some sort of administrative details. But the introduction to this circular says, "The Outer Aspects of Life was issued on May 1st, 1956, as circular number 1. It was out of print for many years until published in Satsandesh in February 1970. The Outer Aspects of Life. The master writes, with the grace of my master, my tour to the United States and Europe has been successful, with a loving cooperation and sacrifice of all over there, for whom I have great appreciation in my mind. On my return from the tour, it has come to my notice that there exist misapprehensions, which, if not guarded against or checked, might prove harmful to many interested in the path. These are mostly concerned with the outer aspects of life. It is therefore considered advisable to clarify the position in this respect. Spirituality, a creed of loving faith. The subject of the Spirit is the most ancient and most authentic of all subjects. Its history is coeval with that of man. It is based on two cardinal principles of love and service, or in other words, selfless service. By love, serve one another has been the slogan of all ages, of all sages through the ages. God is love, and he loves those who love his creatures. In quotes, he prayeth best who loveth best all things, both great and small. For the dear God who loveth us, he made and loveth all. Again it is said, he prayeth well who loveth well, both man and bird and beast. We may take any scripture we like. We find an exhortation in most emphatic terms on love. Verily, verily, I say unto thee, that God manifests himself to one who knows how to love. Importance of love. Loving and selfless service to humanity is the cornerstone of all religious philosophies, and no man can make any progress on the spiritual path without cultivating love within him. The seed of spirituality that the Master so lovingly sows in the arid soil of our hearts has to be nurtured with the waters of love if quick results are desired. We must so mold our life and conduct that all our acts bespeak his love. We must transform the desert of our heart into a veritable garden of love, full of lovely blossoms and luscious fruits. From our heart should spring an eternal fountain of love, so that whosoever comes in contact with it is drenched with love to the very core of his heart. Spirituality, a divine cause. The cause of the Master is the cause of God. It is no religion in the commonly accepted sense of the word, and yet it is the highest religion based on love alone. We cannot keep the illimitable God in watertight, limited compartments. God himself has declared, I neither live on the high heavens nor on the earth below, yet the wonder of wonders is that I live in the heart of a Momen or God-man. Again, spiritual teaching and training is a living and practical subject, quite different from secular and sectarian dogmas and so many creeds that we have today. Life, light, and love coming from a living Master well out spontaneously from the heart and not from any books on theology. No doubt everything has its own value, but in a world of relativity, the values are all relative. A positive contact with the live principles of living God is something unique. It stands on a footing which is entirely different. Spirituality and the common man. In this vast creation, everyone is gifted with an individual perception. The heredity, the environment, the teachings inculcated, they all combine to make one what he is. We cannot blame anyone for thinking differently in his own way. Everyone has his own temperament and his own way of thinking. They must differ, and they do differ vehemently. There is no help for this. It is, on the other hand, the sign of sentient life. We must not, therefore, on that account, cross swords with them. Even if their ignorance, they at times may talk ill of the spiritual teachings and use harsh words, they cannot help it. But that should not disturb the true seekers after truth. We must be polite and gentle and even humble in our conduct. Bandying of words does not help. We may try to remove misunderstandings, if any, sweetly and gently, but not in an antagonistic spirit. It is advised that individual persons including representatives, group leaders, and other old and new initiates, should not enter into any sort of discussions or disputes with any religious bodies, circles, faiths, or sects, etc. If any such bodies do enter into such things, they may be directed to refer to the Master for an appropriate reply. It would be better to turn aside rather than to break your own head in an attempt and injure the great cause for which we stand. God knows his purpose well and has diverse ways to fulfill the same without you and me. So it will not pay to quarrel with our neighbors. It is said that those who try to live by the sword perish by the sword. The entire Christian philosophy is summed up in the two memorable precepts of Jesus Christ. Thou shalt love the Lord with all thy heart, and with all thy soul, and with all thy mind. And thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. Matthew 22:37-40. And love your enemies, bless them that curse you, do good to them that hate you, and persecute you, that you may be the children of your Father which is in heaven. Be ye therefore perfect, even as your Father which is in heaven is perfect. Matthew 5:44-45 and 48. And so said all other masters who came in the past. If we live up to these teachings, there could be no trouble at all. The royal monk Ashoka, in one of his rock edicts, tells us, "He who reveres his own sect, but disparages the sects of others, does great injury to his own, for he lacks the essentials of a religion." Spirit of service, inter se. The above remarks apply equally in your dealings with one another. You are all knit together in the loving grace of the Master, in bonds of common fellowship. Honest differences of opinion may arise, and at times do arise, but these must be resolved happily, by friendly exchange of thought and mutual discussions free from bitterness and rancor. If, in spite of this, these persist, a timely reference to the Master would be a welcome resort, rather than to indulge in widening the gulf between ourselves by encouraging vociferous tendencies. Harvest is much, laborers are wanted. All those who help in the Master's cause in whatsoever way are the chosen ones. Whenever a Master Spirit comes into the world, he brings his own staff with him. Whoever puts in a stone in his edifice does service to him. It therefore behooves all the more that such selfless workers should present a true model of common brotherhood, rather than to add another discord where there is already so much. Again, service is service and must be rendered in a true spirit of service. Service must come before self. All thoughts of self must be sacrificed at the altar of service. That service alone is acceptable to the Master, as is voluntary, free, and untarnished by even the least traces of self. It must not be rendered in an animal spirit, a fighting mood, just as a matter of rite or routine, all of which tend to lower the true spirit and dignity of service. There is one more point that may not be lost sight of in respect of service. Nobody can render service or even think of rendering it unless he is so actuated by the Master power permeating in the very fibers of his being. So one should never think, with all that he does, that he has done any service. It is therefore said that one living in the house of the Master and carrying out his behests should never feel that he has done anything. And this, in fact, is a veritable truth, because all credit goes to the Master power, or the great dynamo, working in and through each individual. One must, therefore, feel and see the Master hand working behind the scene. All such service is glorious indeed, and is free from all taints of the self. The Master power works regardless of all limitations of time, space, and causation. Even when acting through certain authorized persons in distant lands, the sole responsibility resides with the Master. The agents are just mere instruments to arrange preliminaries, to fill in applications of persons desirous of initiation, to convey the instructions of the Master, and after due approval to arrange sittings and meetings, etc. The transmission of the life impulse, the coupling process, and the like all come from the Master directly, and nobody has any hand in them. None can, therefore, claim any superiority over his colleagues because of this. All, from the highest to the lowest, get their inspiration from the Master, and the good fortune of being helpful in one way or another. We must, therefore, work in a team spirit of brotherly love, with no thoughts of high and low, for all service is one, the divine service, of which we are all the members. The arrangements, however, exist for the sake of discipline and maintaining order in the smooth running of the spiritual work. But as said above, none should feel elated or entertain feelings of superiority over others. All of us have to work shoulder to shoulder under the guiding inspiration of the Master. The persons selected as representatives are the elders and more experienced, and should be respected. In case of any difference of opinion, the matter may be referred to the Master, and until then, no one should go on strike or overrule them, but work in close cooperation with them. Such selected representatives should be in complete harmony with others working in that capacity, as they are selected to carry on the work of the Master. When opportunity is afforded, they should meet each other for consultation of any important points. This will ensure uniformity and inculcate love in others, and afford variety of talks to the groups situated in the various areas. The representatives should submit quarterly a regular report of the working of the Master's mission in their areas, with constructive suggestions, if any, touching all important points, with names of group assistants carrying on work in different centers. I would also be glad to hear from those in charge of the various centers at regular intervals about any important events occurring at those places. I have a loving appreciation of all the work done by them. Self-reformation. Purity of the life in thought, word, and deed is of prime importance in the service of the Master. A divine cause can flourish and fructify in abundance on a pure soil. We must all learn to look within and not without. It is far easier to see a mote in another's eye than to see a beam in one's own. We must try to inculcate the habit of self-introspection, so to weed out all infirmities one by one. The importance of maintaining and submitting of a diary by all for this purpose cannot be overemphasized. All initiates should devote regular time to the spiritual practices with due regard to ethical life and abstinence of all meat, fish, fowl, or eggs, and maintain their diaries for submission to the Master after every 3 months. They should guard against the 5 deadly sins of desire, anger, greed, infatuation, and vanity, and develop instead the virtues of truth, chastity, non-injury, universal love, and selfless service. And we'll stop there.
The bhajan is Sawan Pyare Bakashana Hare. Beloved Sawan, the forgiver, remove the pains of the suffering ones. Our souls are burning and roasting. Cool them by applying the nectar. We have forgotten your Nam. Improve our distorted fate. The ship has been launched in the ocean. Become the helmsman and sail it across. Shower grace, make us meditate on Nam, and kill our egoism. This is my request after folding my hands. Take care of poor Ajaib. Beloved Sawan, the forgiver, remove the pains of the suffering ones. Sawan Pyare Bakshana Hare Dukiya de Darda Nivardiyo Dukiya de Darda Nivardiyo Sawan Pyare Bakshana Hare Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Ruhasara diyatapa diyasariya Ruhasara diyatapa diyasariya Amrita pyake tardiyo Amrita pyake tardiyo Sawan Pyare Bakshana Hare Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Asi bulgaye tere namanu Asi bulgaye tere namanu Sadi bigarinu ake swardiyo Bigarinu ake swardiyo Sawan Pyare Bakshana Hare Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Berasa garvicha tilagaya Berasa garvicha tilagaya Bano malate dardiyo Bano malate dardiyo Sawan Pyare Bakshana Hare Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Dukiya de darda nivardiyo Deyakaro nama japalavo Deyakaro nama japalavo Sadi home hangatanu mardiyo Home hangatanu mardiyo Re bakshana hare, dukiya de darda nivardiyo, dukiya de darda nivardiyo. Hate bana arja hai Maria, hate bana arja hai Maria, gariba ajaiba di sarliyo, gariba ajaiba di sarliyo. Sawan piyare bakshana hare, dukiya de darda nivardiyo, dukiya de darda nivardiyo. We have forgotten your name. Improve our distorted fate. Beloved Sawan, the forgiver, remove the pains of the suffering ones.
Meditation means uniting our soul with God. But how to do it? We are conscious entities, a drop of the ocean of all consciousness, with all attention, with all consciousness. And our soul is also, the outer expression of the soul is also called attention. So meditation means withdrawing your attention from all outside, also from the body below, bring it to the seat of the soul, which is at the back of the eyes, where the man dying, the soul withdraws from the body, the eyes are upturned there. And there, when all attention is centralized, that you know you are not the body. Then your inner eye, your third eye, your single eye is open, and you can see the light of God. This is one expression of the God into speaking power. If thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. You know, it is a process, just like a dying man, without attention from all outside. Mind that there should be no tension in any part of the body. Sit quite relaxed but straight. Quite opposite to the yoga postures. They sit quite with tension in the body. So first step is to sit in any pose most convenient to you, with no tension in any part of the body. Sit quite relaxed but straight. And once you adopt any pose, don't change, please. Be physically still. Further, you close your eyes, withdraw your attention from all outside. Also withdraw your attention from all environments also where you are sitting. And forget all outside and forget the environment in which you are sitting. Also don't pay any attention to what is going on in the body below the eyes. Fix your whole attention at the seat of the soul, which is at the back of the eyes. That will give you some tension. To avoid that, when you close your eyes, you see vast expanse of darkness. Just look into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, opposite your eyebrows, that area. Look intently, minutely penetrating to find out what is in there. This avoid any tension. Continue looking constantly without break into the middle of the darkness lying in front of you, that way. Fix your gaze. Along with it, have the sweet members of God. Those who are initiated, they should repeat the names of God which are charged mentally, one by one at intervals, not in quick succession. That will give only charging. You continue looking like that for a short period, say 15 to 20 minutes. The attention will be withdrawn from all outside and there will be centralized, and there you will find the darkness will be tamed and light will go forth. Inside you see light. Again, look into the middle of the light in front of you, intently, minutely penetrating it. That will grow bright and burst. Further way will be up. You see sky. Sometimes sky comes up at the very outset. If it comes at the outset or later, put in whole attention to seeing into what is in there. You'll find stars. If you find stars, then locate a big star out of that about which all masters have referred. If you find that, then put in whole attention into the middle of the big star. The result will be the star will open, you'll cross it. Further you may find moon. You find moon again, that very principle. Look into the middle thereof, not the whole of it. That will grow by bright and burst into pieces. You'll cross it like Prophet Muhammad crossed it. Further you'll find God appears in some form in which He is working, on whom His grace is descending, or in whom He is manifest. In any form comes up like that, don't visualize yourself or premeditate anything. Allow your whole attention to Him, so much so you forget yourself. You will develop receptivity. He will talk to you as one does outside. And you will also have this sound principle also. You follow these, now as I say, go on sitting, you see.
It is very difficult to bear the pain of separation. Thoughts of our mind are scattered and have gotten dirty over many births. The Master had to become like a washerman and clean our souls. O Emperor Kirpalji, my Lord, Ajayab is sitting at your door, doing the austerity of meditation. Let us hold our joli open and stand at your door. Let us weep at the door of the Master. Perhaps he will take pity on us. Let us keep our head bowed at the door. Perhaps he will take pity on us. Asa grande davare ute rona, shaidamana merda pejaye asa, juka juka dada de karona, shaidamana merda pejaye asa, grande davare ute rona, shaidamana merda pejaye asa, juka juka dada de karona, shaidamana merda pejaye. Lira lira karake suhe, kasa farake bete buhe. Lira lira karake suhe, kasa farake bete buhe. Hunta hanjuadahara parona, shaidamana mera pejaye asa, grande davare uterona, shaidamana mera pejaye asa, juka juka dada de karona, shaidamana mera pejaye. Dara tere te alaka jagaye, muho mangi amurada paye. Dara tere te alaka jagaye, muho mangi amurada paye. Bhavedina rate pejaye karona, shaidamana pejaye asa, grande davare uterona, namana mera pejaye asa, juka juka dada de karona, shaidamana mera pejaye. Gina gina dina me asalaya, mushakila dukare se hanjudaya. Gina dina me asalaya, mushakila dukare se hanjudaya. Saramila jai kite maramona, shaidamana mera pejaye asa, grande davare uterona, shaidamana mera pejaye asa, juka juka dada de karona, shaidamana mera pejaye. Mana de furane sare vele, janama janamato hogaye mele. Mana de furane sare vele, janama janamato Hogai mele dobi bana keruhanu pia dona shaidamana mera pe jayasa gurande davade utero na shaidamana mera pe jayasa Jukadara de Karona Shaidamana Mera Pejai Sant Kirpal Singh Mere Beta Ajaibaduna Laidada Tere Sant Kirpal Singh Mere Betha Ajaibaduna Laidada Tere Joli Fada Tere Dada Te Karona Shaidamana Mera Pejai Asa Grande Davare Uterona Shaidamana Mera Pejai Asa Juka Juka Dada De Karona Shaidamana Mera Pejai. Let us weep at the door of the Master. Perhaps he will take pity on us. Let us keep our head bowed at the door. Perhaps he will take pity on us.
This is the Bhajan Kirpal Yahi Sandesha data. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind also teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself. The fort of deceit will be destroyed in this world because walls of sand do not last. There are so many sins with you. You are a great sinner. Hail the power of Almighty Kirpal who carries all the burden. No one is an enemy. No one belongs to anyone else. Everyone is your very own. For as the Gurbani teaches, all this world was created from one light. O Guru Kirpal, the negative power trembles, and death also is nervous in front of whoever has caught hold of your finger. Ajaib says, apologize to Kirpal if your soul wants happiness. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind also teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself. Kirpala yahi sandesha deta hava yahi sikalati he Simran kardate chale chaloto Manjila kudamila jati he Kirpala yahi sandesha deta hava yahi sikalati he Simrana kardate chale chaloto Manjila kudamila jati he Chala fade bake kile kadina Dunia mede jati he Chala fade bake kile kadina Dunia mede jati he Reto ki divada dera taka Kabina hi tika pati he Reto ki divada Derataka Kabinai Tikapati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Kirpalaya Hi Sandesha Deta Yahi Sikalati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Itane Sarde Papa Satame Itane Sarde Papi He Itane Sarde Papa Satame Itane Sarde Papi He Kirpala Takata Terdi Jeho Sabaka Barda Utati He Kirpala Takata Terdi Jeho Sabaka Barda Utati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Kirpalaya Hi Sandesha Deta Hi Sikalati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Nako Iverdi Nahi Begana Jobi He Saba Apana He Nako Iverdi Nahi Begana Jobi He Saba Apana He Ekanura Se Saba Jaga Upajo Guru Bani Batalati He Nura Se Saba Jaga Upajo Guru Bani Batalati He Simrana Karate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Kirpalaya Hi Sandesha Deta Havaya Hi Sikalati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Guru Kirpala Tu Mardi Ungali Tamraki He Jasanebi Guru Kirpala Tu Mardi Ungali Tamraki He Jasanebi Usakeyaga Kalakapata Ora Morga Bharati He Ajaib Kirpala To Mangala Mavi Ajaib Kirpala To Mangala Mavi Jajindari Sukachati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He Kirpalaya Hi Sandesha Deta Havaya Hi Sikalati He Simrana Kardate Chale Chaloto Manshila Kuda Mila Jati He. Kirpal gave only this message, and even the wind also teaches us this. If you keep walking while doing the Simran, the destination comes to you by itself.
Wait a minute. Okay. My voice is pretty loud, so maybe not too. It's okay. You've got the human body with the great good fortune. Take advantage of this. Meditate on the Nam as much as you can. However much you've slept thus far is enough. At least now open your eyes. Say Guru Guru with love. Whoever has moved the rosary of the Nam of the Master with true heart, all his illusions and secrets were erased, because such a light was manifested within. Drink the nectar of the Nam of the Guru. Make your life interesting. The holy Nam of the Master removes the heat of passions, curses, and anxieties. The Satguru is hungry for the love and affection of the devotees, as was Krishna or Rama. The moments which are spent in the Simran are precious. Whenever the devotees remembered him, he came running barefoot. He always embraces the poor ones, and he always gives support to the weak ones. O Kirpalji, give me the alms of Nam. This is the request of Ajayb. Guru, 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 Guru. Say Guru, Guru with love. Guru, 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 bol prema se Guru, Guru. Guru, 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 bol prema se Guru, Guru. Pade Bhagama Nasatana Paya Isakalaba Utale Jitana Nama Daya Sakata Hai Utana Nama Dayale Pade Bhagama Nasatana Paya Isakalaba Utale Jitana Nama Daya Sakata Hai Utana Nama Dayale Jitana Soya Vahi Bahut Hai Ab to Anke Kol Prema Se Guru 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 Bol Prema Se Guru Guru Guru, 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 Bola Prema Se, Guru, Guru. Jisne peri sache man se, Guru Nama ki mala. Jitne bed baramate mitage, aisa hua ujala. Jisne peri sache man se Guru Nama ki mala Jitne bed baramate mitage aisa hua ujala Guru Nama ka amrit pile Jivan mein ras gol prem se Guru 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 bol prem se Guru 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 bol prem se Guru Guru Tapa shapa santapa mitata Guru kapavana nama Prema bhava ke buke Satguru Krishankha hoya Rama Tapa shapa santapa mitata Guru ka pavana nama Prema bhava ke buke Satguru Krishna ka hoya Rama Jopal simran me bite Vopal he anmol prema se Guru 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 Bol prema se Guru 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 Bol prema se Guru Guru Yad kiya jab pi bhagato ne Nange pero doda aya Sadadin ko gale lagaya Sadadia durbal ko sahara Yad kiya jab bi bhagato ne Nange pero doda aya Sadadin ko kale lagaya Sadadia durbal ko sahara Kher naam ki pao kirpal ji आ जाए बराह बोल प्रेम से गुरु 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 बोल प्रेम से गुरु 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 बोल प्रेम से गुरु गुरु Say Guru Guru with love. This first reading is from The Light of Kirpal. These are informal question and answer sessions. And this is entitled First See, Then Say. It's chapter 38. This was given January 7th, 1971 in Rajpur. So masters did see. The masters did see and then said something. We cannot really appreciate what they say. Really appreciate, I would say. That is why I say, unless you see for your own self, don't believe even the sayings of the master. That is a very open truth. All outer ceremonies are secondary. They are symbols to say there is something. All say so, you see. Kabir says, I am going away to be married with God. O people, I'm going away to be married with God. Marriage of the soul with the oversoul. Can we say that? So first see, then say. The vast difference between a saint and others is that others may give long connotations of philosophy, but really they have never seen him. So bookish knowledge is all wilderness, no way out. Even the sayings of the masters are not understood in their right perspective, unless you see.
All say God is light. All say God is light. Nobody says God is darkness. Nobody says it. Those who have not seen also say God is light. It is just saying without seeing. So foremost thing is to see first and then say. And don't deceive your own self. We deceive ourselves. God first, then others. It is masters only who said, see and then say. There is God. Others only say by drawing inferences, by feelings, and they're all subject to error. Masters say, we've seen. Where? In this man body. Where there's the whole universe. Why can't we see? This is a natural question which arises. You say, you've seen him in the temple of the man body. Well, how? Why can't we see when he's here? If there's light here, I'm here, why can't I see the light? The mind is between us. We're in control of mind. Mind is in control of outgoing faculties, and outgoing faculties are driven by outer enjoyments. Unless we draw from outside, from the entanglements, unless we withdraw from outside, from the entanglements of the outgoing faculties, mind and intellect, we cannot see. They say, what is the proof? Sit and see, that's all. They may have something to start with according to each man's background, but there is something. So the criterion of a saint, of a master, is only one who can give you some demonstration, maybe little or more. All the masters, all scriptures say so. You may have all these scriptures learned by rote, may have filled your brain with all of them. What's the good of that? Can you taste anything from the spoon which is going through the pudding without taking any? No. There is a very simple and natural way. This is a very simple and natural way of telling you. They say they've seen. They require no philosophy to prove their theories. They say, all right, there is God, go and see. Son knows the Father, and others whom the Son reveals. You may learn the biographies of saints. They give you something special in each man's life. If people begin to read the biographies of saints, they'll gather more than all the scriptures. Each saint has his own beauty, his greatness. There was some principle working in their lives. So the main thing is, you have got the man body. What is the highest thing that you can do in the man body? It is to know God, to see God. Guru Nanak was asked, with what eyes do you see God? He said, it is not the eyes of the flesh and bones, but the inner eye that sees, O Nanak. The Bible says, if thine eye be single, thy whole body shall be full of light. It is not of the outer eyes to which he refers. It is to enter into the world with one eye rather than two, because if you always work through two eyes, you'll go to hell. This is the digest of all teachings, you see. Have you seen? That's all right. Grow more. See, and so much see that you forget yourself, so that you may say, it is not I, but Christ lives in me. And the means to it is only love. Love develops receptivity. Your own self is now in that over-self, so much so that you forget yourself. This is why St. Paul said, it is I, not now I, but Christ lives in me. These are the very facts. This is what is called Guru Mukta, actions of a guru. When you absorb through love, you forget your other self. You will rise into the true self, egress, become born. You become one. Last night I was giving you some different views of Christianity. I've got no new religion with me. Why? It would lead people astray, further astray. They would be involved in more vagaries. What to say of ignorance? Believe what he says, because what he says he sees. Others say what they have not seen, but only as a matter of inference or feeling. And they're all subject to error. So seeing is above all. So God is all alone, you see. He has got no father, no mother. He wants everyone to come to him all alone. He does not want you to bring your children, your outer matters, or your physical body, or your own intellect. He does not want all these things. Come alone, go to him all alone. He's waiting for you. Meditation means only that. That is all. Very simple way. There is nothing difficult. People have made it hard to understand from their own intellectual wrestlings. You want to go to him all alone, then withdraw from outside. If you're involved in outer things, how can you go to him? And even if you sit before him at all, like a blind man, even then you'll want from him. Give me this thing, give me that thing, give me that thing. Things of this world or the other world. One saint has prayed. In fact, that's a very ideal prayer. Oh God, I want a gift from you. What is that gift? I should not ask anything from you. You do what is best for me. Sometimes we do pray and get what we have prayed for. Later on, we repent. Why did we ask for it? Is it not so? So the best prayer is, O Master, O God, give us what you think best for us, what we want to come back to you. I'll repeat that. O Master, O God, give us what you think best of us. We want to come back to you. That's all. How can the man who is involved in so many outer things go? Christ gave a parable like that. It is easier for what? Do you know? For a camel to pass through the eye of a needle than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. How can the man who is involved in so many outward things, 101 irons in the fire, withdraw from outside? That's the first problem. How can you withdraw? You enjoy outside. Unless you get more blissful enjoyment inside, you cannot withdraw from outside. A child who is playing with playthings won't leave them unless you give him something sweet. Some run and then recede. God helps those who do not help. God helps those who do not help themselves. God also helps those who help themselves, but only those who help themselves and forget in all that effort, lose themselves. Only then, not before. Which is easier? Which is the easier one, first or second? And someone says, not to help yourself. He says, don't help yourself. You'll see. You'll have progress. You'll hear. Just withdraw. Go back to your own self, that's all. And the question, and it isn't a matter of belief, is it? Belief? Depending on how much our faith is. Look here. Faith comes only as a result of the reaction of the past, or if you see something. How does faith come? Either as a reaction of the past, man is in the make, or if he has received something substantial before him. When the Pakistan-India war broke out, I remember very, very spiritual, religious people who were praying to God night and day, like that. Thousands were killed. They said, "Where, O God, oh, where are you?" Because they did not see. Their faith breaks away. Faith remains only so long as you have everything to meet your own desires. If that is not given, then So faith is the root cause of all religions. That's true. But faith arises how? That's the point. Either as reactions of the past, or if you have something substantial before you. So blind faith does not help you, only to a certain extent, not beyond. When everything goes according to your wish and pleasure, then, oh, God is all right. But if you are put to adversity and nobody helps you, oh, where is God? Preaching only goes to the heart from such people who talk from the abundance of their heart, from what they are. The arrow that is driven to the breast goes straight to the target. What comes from the level of the mouth of the intellect, words with so many sermons and lectures and so many books, can have little or no effect. And those who are given only from the level of it, from the level of, if I may use the word, belly, how can they help? They are not after the real things. So first see and then say, that's the point. Usually, I write in my circulars, group leaders and others should speak of what they're fully convinced. Otherwise say, all right, we've learned this. That's all. Sometimes we act as bosses. Oh, this is all right. My word is the word of God. There are people like that. Generally very few. They don't carry further effect to the people as they are colored with the worldly colors, so much so that no other colors can come through. So this topic is to see and then say. Follow the words of the Master or the saints. They come from time to time. They have been coming. They may come in the future too. There's no hard and fast rule against it, but we're all his children. The Father will look after his children. In what way? To bring back the prodigal sons, you see. So, leave all philosophies, I would say. The word philosophy means, do you know what? Love of God. It comes from the word philosophia, love of God. And the philosopher is one who loves God. Now we take it a different way. We don't go to the root of the words. Somebody asked Socrates, do you love truth? Yes. Do you love Plato? He said, yes, I love Plato. Who do you love more? I love truth more than Plato. You love Plato because you've understood God, you see. So we all should be philosophers. Nowadays, the word philosophy means intellectual wrestling, drawing inferences. That's all. Do you now follow what is the difference between the sayings of a saint and others? These things are not clear in books. I tell you honestly, philosopher is one who loves God sees him. So I am giving you what I've come to in my life. I wish you the same, you see. Every father wishes his children to develop even more than himself. But there's no goal except to be with him there. They are all one there. We're all micro-gods, sons of the same Father, brothers and sisters in God. That's the open truth. We've made it hard to understand. I'm a Christian, I'm a Mohammedan, I'm a this, I'm a that. Well, those are the badges you are wearing on your body, are they not? You're a man. You're not even a man. You bear the body of a man. You are something else, a conscious entity, a drop of the ocean of all consciousness, environed by mind and matter and outgoing faculties, identified with them so much so that you have forgotten yourself. That's all. That is why I say, know thyself, O man. I respect all scriptures. Masters came from time to time to teach according to the need of the hour. Puritans came in the West. They were soldiers of the truth, Khalsas. Khalsa means one who has got full light of God refulgent in him, Whoever has got God refulgent in him is the Son of God. Others are also sons of God, but they have not realized it, not even seen it. The masters never say, "We speak." They say, "He speaks." They become only a channel. They speak what comes, not what they want to speak, according to the need of the time, occasion. They speak books. They speak scriptures. Scriptures came through them. Is it not so? They are men like you. They have the same man body, born in the same way. So I wish you all to have the same perspective. You'll change like anything. So that comes through by loving God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy strength. And further, and someone says, love thy neighbor as thyself. Why? If you say you love God and you hate your brothers, then you are a liar. Is it not so? This is what all scriptures say. There is only a diversion of your attention from this side to that side. That's all. One Bulasha, a saint, came to his guru, who was just a gardener, placing saplings here and there. He asked him how to get God, how to see God. Oh, dear fellow, it's very easy, like taking out a sapling from one place and putting it in another place. You are attention. Divert your attention from here to there. A very simple way of explaining. Withdraw your attention from outside. Place it inside. Then you'll see. They want you to see within. Then, let me see you, not the others. That's all. Where to see? Within your own self. He is your controlling power within you. You and he both reside in the very man body. You want to see him? Then put your whole attention in there. That's all. The same thing is explained in so many ways. So the only difficulty arises. We don't want to see God. Be sure, don't deceive yourself. If you do want to see him, surely you will see him. He's waiting for you. But you're entangled here, there. You don't have to leave the world, but pay off your debts and go back home, please. 2 things were before me after leaving my educational career. 1, ambition of life. I was very fond of reading scriptures like that. In my school career, I read 2 libraries. I had 2 things before me, God or world. Nobody was to advise me. I went to the wilderness all alone at night from 6, 7 till 12, 1 at night. Ultimately, I came to the conclusion, God first and the world next. You see, the result was every step taken was a step to that goal. God first. Wait. Is God first or is the world first? We take world first and God to help us in the world. That's all. Everybody must decide what he wants to do. We are adrift. Sometimes we want God, sometimes the world. So decide first what you want to do. Sometimes I tell people, decide what you want to do from this day on. You must have something before you and work. Work for it. Maybe only a step is taken, but it will take you closer to the goal. Sometimes you are running like a hare, then sleeping, then again turning your head some other way. It's better to go regularly like a tortoise, step by step, every day, not turning, but going ahead. So, you are on the way. God is waiting for you, each one of you. He is also waiting for me. I want to go back. I tell you how far I'm imprisoned here. And the second thing I'm going to read is a section of a talk. This was a talk given on Master's birthday, February 6, 1973. I believe it's at 5 a.m. in the morning. And it's a section of, so let me make sure this is the right, yeah. It's a section of, that says, at the hour of elixir. This beautiful, powerful talk was given by Master in the ambrosial hour of the early dawn, approximately 5 a.m. on his birthday. Silence is more eloquent than speech. What can be said in silence cannot be communicated through words. A man takes birth every day. He dies every night and is born in the morning. I have no horoscope with me, but they tell me that today is the date of my birth. But the real birth is that which ends the cycle of birth and death. Guru Nanak was asked by the Siddhas how he succeeded in ending that cycle. He said, when I took my birth in the house of the Satguru, I was freed from the chain of birth and death. What is it to be born in the house of the Satguru? When we rise above body consciousness and sit in his lap, that is to be born in the house of the Satguru. With that, the unending cycle is ended. And that was on the day of Basant Panchmi, the first day of spring in the year 1917. Because Hazur Maharajji used to meet me long before the actual physical meeting. In fact, 7 years before that. And the date of the physical meeting in 1924 was also the same, Basant Panchmi. So I say to you, blessed is the day when we are born into the house of the true Master. And what is the real birthday of a man? The day he learns to rise above body consciousness. He can do it daily after that. All of you have had a practical demonstration of that. We take birth in the house of the Master, but we do not live there. Does one leave the house where he is born? When you rise above body consciousness, you are in your true home. You may come out of it occasionally, but you should live there. That is the true birth. So the real birth is that which should end the cycle of birth and death. This is the first thing about the birthday. Who is to be congratulated on this birth? The Master or the disciple? A teacher's greatness lies in this, that all his students pass the examination. If all his students pass in the first division, the credit goes to the teacher. Isn't it so? If they do not pass, they may celebrate his birthday, but they do not win his pleasure. So all you brethren who have been put on the way to the beyond by the grace of Hazur Maharajji deserve to be congratulated only if you pass, i.e., if you learn to rise above body consciousness. The Gurumukh rises above to his true home at will 100 times a day. If you have not done that, all such birthday celebrations are useless. So I always say to you, remember the lesson taught to you. Having taken birth in the house of the Master, you should live there. So, dear brothers, I say to you, sit in bhajan regularly every day. Learn to rise above body consciousness. Unless you do that, there is no salvation, no ending birth and death. The first birth is physical. The second one is into the beyond, into the divine plane of the Master. As Kabir says, go ye to the plane of the Satguru. The Satguru's plane is not here. It is beyond the physical, astral, and causal planes, but the way to it starts when we rise above body consciousness. If you really feel happy, I do not say to you, you may give a sign of that by doing what I ask you to do. Sit in bhajan daily and keep the self-introspection diary. Do not take food for the body until you have given food to the soul, by contacting the God into expression power within, and for that, sadachar, or true living, is most essential. Without purity of life, one cannot rise above body consciousness. Truth is above all, but true living is still above truth. You have done all this lighting and decoration, and now you are sitting in the open, in this bitter cold. The outer celebrations are all very well, if you take birth in the house of the Master and end the cycle of birth and death. It is all the grace of Hazur Maharajji that you are all getting direct first-hand experience. When people outside India are getting so much benefit, our own countrymen should get still more benefit. This chasing and running after me is not love. Love teaches one to follow instructions, to obey. If you love me, keep my commandments. First, you have to become a Guru Sikh, a true follower of the Master, and not a man Sikh, a follower of the mind. Says the Gurbani, the whole world follows the dictates of the mind. A rare sadhu follows the Guru. But they that follow the Guru transcend all barriers and limitations. Celebrating the day by lights and decorations may be all right from your level. From my level, it is not. It will be all right from my level only when you take birth in the house of the Satguru. When we take birth in this house and our coming and going is ended, only then are we to be congratulated. And the masters who come to guide humanity are to be congratulated only when all those who go to them do their duty and pass creditably. My master used to say, please put in some effort on your part so that I do not have to carry each one of you on my shoulders. It will make the Guru's task easier if you do your duty. We have to do our work during the day. When night falls, who can work? That is what Christ says. I must work the works of him that sent me while it is day. That means when he was alive. For the night cometh when no man can work. As long as I am in the world, I am the light of the world. Help the Master in his mission. The time for a spiritual revolution has come. It will arrive only when we lead a pure and chaste life. That will require some effort on our part. Have no fear. Be true disciples of the Master and not of the mind, and then become a Gurumukh, or mouthpiece of the Guru. All these things I have said before. This one lesson is enough if you follow it. Do something now when the sun is shining. You won't be able to do anything after sunset. At present you are alive, and the Master is also in the physical body. Do not fritter away this opportunity. Bread and water are food for the body. Reading books and exercising the mind is food for the intellect, and contacting the God into action power within is food for the soul. Soul is a conscious entity. It can find sustenance only through contact with the ocean of all consciousness, God, who is the bread of life and the water of life. And we're going to watch a video from Morning Talks, and then after that we'll close this session with a bhajan.
I was just talking about love. Love is innate in our souls. Innate. God is love and our souls are of the same essence as that of God. It is also love. Love knows just attaching with somebody. Conscious being we are, our conscious entity, our souls, we are to be attached to the over-self or the all-consciousness. Instead it has been attached to the world. The reason is why we are coming back again and again. It should have been just attached to God or the God in man. Then the result will be, wherever he will go, you will go. If he is not to return to the earthly sojourn, then why should you return? So what is love? Love is the, attribute of the soul, you see. It's already ingrained, innate in our soul. That requires attachment always. So just like it is life-giving for a man, you see. Just like fish is so much like water, its life is the fish is taken out of the water, that will simply die. Similarly, there's a cover, there's one sort of plant that grows in the water, and the more water there, the more it grows up. Similarly, our soul, which are endowed with the love of God, naturally they enjoy that life-giving water, or water of life for the soul. So naturally a man who is there, he is really detached from the world, altogether from heart. Vairagya or renunciation, you see, truly lies in the fact that we are not tied to the world, to anything outside. And the man who has got love within him, you see, love of God, he is the most detachment. He is attached somewhere so much so that all other things leave our mind. We are not attracted by anything else. For instance, one man is sitting there, we've got love for him. There may be hundreds others sitting, we'll simply wholly absorbed in him, and others will be just away from our mind. We are detached. This is the feat of this love. We've got love for God or for anything. That is a truly man who is really a vairagi or the detached from the world. And love knows sacrifice. Masters say those who would like to play the game of love, they should come here with their heads cut and put on their palms. And then they would not even mention that they have done all this. Because God knows our very tender of our mind, what lies in our mind here. This is one side I show you. But what does he want? He always wants to see the master. He loves everything of the master. I was just quoting one man. There was a Pacific conference here some years back. One minister of Korea, that is a country next to Japan, north of China, he came here. He came across here and he was initiated. He was so much, intoxicated, he would just embrace all these walls and the trees here. He said, these are very beautiful, very loving, for the sake of the master. That's but natural. So one man just phoned me from America. All right, what you want? I simply want to hear your voice, nothing else. You talk something. Oh, what you want, tell me. No, I want to hear your voice. For about 1 hour, he continued like that. You know how much that would have cost him? 1 hour telephone message, only he wanted to hear the voice. I think not less than only telephone costs about 30 rupees, at least 30, 40 rupees, only for sugar. That means not less than $200 and even more than that. So that is what natural. Who's got love, he has love for whom? Then everything will appeal to him. There is a story in India, you see, one Majnu was very fond of Laila. So once he came across one dog. He began to kiss his feet, hug him. People asked him, what are you doing? Oh, this dog I have seen just going into the lane of my Laila, with whom he was very much in love, you see. This is but natural. So he says, if the eyes do not see the master, those eyes should be taken out. Those ears do not hear the voice of the beloved, you see, those ears, it would be better they are deaf. That head is blessed who goes down to the feet of the beloved. So, the lover wants always those arms should be broken, they say. I'll quote it here. Guru Nanak also said, Shamas Tabriz also said, those arms should be broken which have not embraced the master. So these are the feet of love. What the lover wants. He naturally wants to be near to the master. The God in him, of course. He wants to listen to every word he says. He will follow it at any cost. If you love me, keep my commandments. So these things follow as a matter of course, I would say. Who loves, he will follow what master says, whether he is in his presence or away. To master his word personified, whether he is thousands of miles away, he is watched, he is being watched, because his word manifests, and sometimes he manifests physically also, to just meet with the wishes of the lover. This is what love does it. And what does it cost? Nothing. It costs only that much. Have your whole attention riveted into the beloved. That's all. All these things will follow naturally. Again, this question comes: what is love? Where it is? What it wants naturally? And what things follow of itself, I mentioned about that. Then how this can be developed, this is what I told you yesterday. Whom you love is always in your mind. If you keep anybody always in your mind, naturally you feel attraction. Then when you even think of somebody comes near to you, speaks of the master, he is your true relative. So, this is feet of love, you see. It is well most practical and the most competent way in which you can develop is to just sit in the radiation of somebody who is overflowing with the love and intoxication of God. That's the quickest, natural way of being, what we say, infection. You'll get infection for the society of the master, of the man who is overflowing with the love of God. And what does it cost? Nothing. Beloved wants the lover not to look to anybody, not to hear anybody, not to think of anybody. He would keep his palm within his eyes, close his ears, not to let him see anybody, nor he would himself see anybody. This is what the feet of love, you see. The man who has got such a love, why should he return to the world? He may return, he may be sent as a teacher, as a master, as a doctor, to bring back the children of God to his home. But he will never come as a prisoner, as a reactions of the past, as being attached to the world. So this is the feat of love, you see, what it gives us. And what it causes is simply your attention is just divided in so many ways. Like one pipe is there, I tell you. There are so many holes in the pipe, and the water flows through the pipe. From each hole, drop by drop, water oozes out. If you close all the holes of the pipe, one hole is there, then the water will shoot out like anything. So if our love, which is now divided in so many, say it will be down from outside, and only one avenue is there, God or the God in man, naturally that will shoot out. So love is there already innate in our souls, simply that is divided in so many things. Somewhere in the body, somewhere in the enjoyment, somewhere with the children, somewhere for the name and fame of the world. If you just attach one whole, love will be there, then naturally you are detached from others, and that will work wonders. So any words coming out of such a man, you see, naturally those are charged with love by radiation. Why these people come from thousands of miles here? What for? To look at the master, that's all. To hear his words. Of course they can have the same effect even thousands of miles away by turning their attention towards the master. Just as radio or the television. Kabir says if your master lived across the ocean and you live this side, just direct your attention that way. You will get the same benefit. But even that you cannot underrate the value of the first-hand experience, first company of the master. So this is feat of love, you see. When that is dwelt in body, naturally these things come up, they follow. So, such like people, you see, when they come to the world is flooded with love. Because by infection, by radiation, you get the same thing. When you sit by, say, ice or snow, naturally you get cold. When you sit by fire, naturally you have heat. So if you sit by anybody who is got inside love and bliss of God, you know, intoxication, well, naturally you will have that infection like that. If a man you sit by somebody who is with so many things, you see, died with lust and deceit, you see, contempt for others, retaliation, this and that, naturally you will have heat, not cold. That is why the company of the saints have been so much spoken of by the saints. When you sit by somebody, naturally that society has the same effect by radiation. So that is all says God is love, our soul is also love, and the way back to God is also true love. All these reading scriptures and performance of one ritual or the other, this and that thing. What for? So that you may have your attention diverted to God. Your love which is distributed in so many ways, those should be just pointed at once. Only for that reason. If that is not the result, then all your outward penances are fruitless. To speak of love is something else. To have love is something else. When you have love in your heart, that I told you yesterday, it is the subject of your heart, not of head. So such like people go ahead, you see, like that. Head may be there to understand, that's all. but you have to develop love. So you cannot reach God except through love. And love is developed in that way, as I already explained to you yesterday and today. These are the things which we have to see whether we have got in our souls or we have dwelt in our own selves or not. Only touching some place, going to some place, or just singing or this and that won't do. Just see how far you have dwelt love for God within you. That's all. When you think of God, you see you have love for God or the God in man, naturally you dwell those very attributes which He is personified. In Japji, perhaps you have read, to hear the sound principle of God, just like when the crop is cut, you see, and the grain is taken out at one place of the whole crop, that place is called as a abode. You see, if you got to hear the sound, come in touch with the light of God, or hear the voice of God, the sound principle, all virtues will just embedded in you. You will have all virtues, only by hearing, coming in touch with the sound and light of God. These things follow naturally. Here we lack. You see, we put in less time, we put in more, more time for the outward things rather than God. So first of all is to have God consciousness, also universal God consciousness. First personal, then universal. When that deteriorates, you see, we come just the very thing which are just brought in to develop love for God. Only the rituals, we care more for the rituals, outer performances, rather than the love of God. That's a deterioration. Blessed are those penances and the rituals by performing which you develop love in you. Only for the sake of the religious, if you perform all rituals, that will carry nothing. Those are good actions of course, that will react in goodness, but not in God. So you remain in any country, in any school of thought, that makes no difference. The difference lies in how far you have developed in love for God. Those rituals, those methods, those things which can help you in developing love for God, those are blessed. So for that company of the saints is most needed. The society of the good people naturally will develop in you goodness. The society of spiritual men will develop in you spirituality. That is why it is said a man is known by the company he keeps. So this is the feat of love. The more you develop this way, the more you are blessed. You are making the best use of your life. If not, then you are just taking up a way that will bring you back again and again to the world. So blessed is the man who meets with the Master, who just sows a seed of Naam within you that can't be destroyed, you see. Then if you just come in contact with Naam, naturally you love for God, you detach from the world. Even that, the man who has just been initiated got that seed of Naam within him. Something, some little or more capital to start with. even that he has not later on dwelt that in his life, forgotten it, even then he will have to come back, but not below the level of man, because in man body only that seed can dwell. What use of coming back to man even? Why not put in more time and dwell that thing which you got already? So you got love for God or the love of God in man by following his injunctions or instructions. Naturally you are not to come back. The more you advance in the earthly life, the more you go to higher planes. So put in more time, please, in your practices, develop love for God within you. You will be blessed. You will make the best use of your life. तो ये बातें भाई आपके लिए सुनते रहो, सुनना काफी नहीं. We have got oceans of talks, I would say. We have got oceans of talks. But how many grains are of action?
Likanevaliatu hoke. O writer of fortunes, graciously write on my heart love for the Master. In my hands, write the service of the Guru. Write the sacrifice of my body and mind for the Guru. On my tongue, write the name of the Guru. For my ears, write the voice of the sound current. On my forehead, write the light of the Guru. For my eyes, write the darshan of my Guru. Don't write one thing, separation from the Guru. It doesn't matter if separation from the whole world is written. O writer of fortunes, graciously write on my heart love for the Master.
Likanavaliatu hoke, dealalikade, mere hirade vichaguranda, diaralikade. Likanavaliatu hoke, dealalikade. Mere hirade vichaguranta piaralikade. Atha vichalikade seva guruji. Atha vichalikade seva guruji. Mera chana mana Haralika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, likanavalia tu hoke, dealalika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, Jivate lika de, Nama Guru Jida, Jivate lika de, Nama Guru Jida, Mere Kana Vichaduna di, Avazalika de, Mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, likanavalia tu hoke, dealika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, mate lika de, Jota Guru Jidi, mate lika de, Jota Guru Jidi, Meri Ankavicha Guruda, Ditaralika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, likanavalia tu hoke, dealalika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, ikanaliki mere, Satguru da vichora, ikanaliki mere, Satguru da vichora, Bhave chuta jaye sara, sansaralika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de, likanavalia tu hoke, dealalika de, mere hirde viche gurada, Pyaralika de.
O writer of fortunes, graciously write on my heart love for the Master.